in 2020. All right, I think we're ready to go on the record on Mark Jensen, 2002 CF 314. It's January 18th, 2023, Wednesday. Let's have the appearances, please.
The state appears by Carly McNeil, Deputy District Attorney, and Special Prosecutor Robert Jamboys, and then Public Service Special Prosecutor Beverly Jamboys.
Attorney Bridget Krause, Jeremy Perry, Mackenzie Renner appear on behalf of Mr. Mark Jensen, who appears in person. Good morning.
Good morning. All right, the jury's back in the courtroom. Thank you for coming on time. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue with the state's case. And for the record, Kelly Brooks is still on the stand and still under oath. Can you come up, ma'am, and take your seat up here? All right, anytime you're ready, Ms. McNeil.
So, Ms. Brooks, I'm going to play for you an audio file on State's Exhibit 20 and then ask you some questions about it.
Okay.
Hello, this is a collect call from
It's a recording. Sometimes it just talks
an inmate from the Kenosha County pretrial facility. To accept charges, press 0. To obtain this call is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using Global Tel-Link.
Hello.
So for the record, that was the first 36 seconds. And now moving to the time period of 0630. Okay, beginning again at 0628.
It was nothing but a freaking headache, 20 hours a day for you, and you spent no time with us, ever.
Right, and that's what you find is focus issue here. That was what it was. I worked my tail.
So I've paused it at 0638. Did you hear the voices in this recording?
Yes.
And did you recognize your voice?
Yes,
And then who's the other voice on the recording?
Mark Jensen.
All right, so now continuing.
Made money, but you didn't have any life, so I just want to have some fun. Saw the book, saw the movie, moved to Colorado, or wherever we decide we want to live. That's going to be the question. Where do we want to live? Where do we want to live?
Mars.
What's that, Mars? Yeah.
Yes.
Well, away from here so we don't have to deal with it. Someplace where we got
Let's go to Oompa Loompa land.
activities to do that are going to be fun to do, excursions to go see, day
Yeah.
trips to take, restaurants and little coffee shops to go hang out at, and restaurants to explore, and all that other crap, just
Yeah.
fun stuff that you can do.
Colorado sounds like a good spot.
I'm thinking so. I'm thinking, if they're all said and done, we'll be back to where we were
And North Carolina, I hear that's a nice place to live.
in 2002. Where's that?
North Carolina.
Yeah. That'd be fun.
We'd have to acquire an accent, but
Maybe not Colorado, maybe somewhere in the Sierra Nevadas. I don't know. But we don't.
Sierra Nevada?
Yeah, what is that? Nevada, like Lake Tahoe area or something like that.
I'm not really sure. My husband's been in jail too long. He's kind of losing it, I guess.
What's it? I'm using big words.
No. It's
What?
like, why on earth would you want to go there?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't been there, so I'm thinking, hey, it'll be fun. It'll be you can take some time and figure stuff out. Yeah.
Well, then let's just move to Idaho.
That'd be fun too.
They have great fishing there, I hear.
I know. Fly fishing and stuff like that.
Great golf courses, apparently. What?
Yeah, anywhere out there. That's what I'm thinking. It'll be time to get away from here.
All right.
Yep. So, funny. Oh. Well, the guy today was offering to go grab somebody and sit on him.
Okay.
Oh. Just the way the kids used to be able to do it, you know?
Yeah.
Right there, go find Doug, grab him, pick him up, carry him somewhere, sit on him.
Yep.
So, oh, God. But that would be we got time to figure it out and have some fun with it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the big question is
Yep.
where do we want to go and where do we want it to be? And where to from here? Draw a line, put all this behind us.
All right, so pausing it at 0904. Just a few follow-up questions on what we just heard. Did you hear the defendant make a comment to you about sell the book, sell the movie?
Yes.
And what is that about?
He talked about, selling the rights to the situation that he's in with this case and making money off of it.
And so his plan is to write a book and sell it,
Yes.
and then it becomes a movie and that sells?
Right.
Now, I don't expect you to recall an exact date of this particular conversation, but would the time period have been about the fall of 2007?
Late summer, early fall. Yes.
Now, during the part we also just listened to, did you recall hearing the defendant talk about a guy offering to grab a guy and sit on him?
Yes.
And do you have any idea what that was about?
Not really. No.
And then the defendant followed that up with talking about how the kids, David would grab Douglas and sit on him.
Yeah. That must have just been some horsing around stuff. Some horsing around stuff.
So when you're listening to this, that doesn't mean anything to you?
Correct.
And it didn't back in 2007?
Right.
Now I'm going to play the portion. Let me get to the right time. So this would be starting at 11:51.
Let's see, money-wise, how is everything?
Fine, I guess. I just have to remember to pay the bills.
Bills?
Oh, shit. Forgot to pay one of my credit cards.
Oh, really?
Got stocked with the late fee and the interest charge. I was like, son of a bitch.
Okay.
Because it just happened, just at the right time where it was just the last thing on my mind. And I don't get paper statements anymore from anything.
Gotcha.
So I have to remember to go out there. And I went out there the day the next statement was cutting off.
Right.
Made the payment. Well, that didn't cut it.
Gotcha.
But, it's taken care of. But, no,
Okay.
other than that, we're fine.
Sounds
That's why I have so many things set up on auto pay. Because I just don't need the hassle.
okay. Let's see. There was something okay. Well, that's good. So something I think I want to have my folks take care of.
Mm-hmm.
It might have you give them some money, just a little bit. And I'll explain that to you.
Okay.
Okay? Not right now.
Okay.
Okay? We'll see if I'll figure it out. Okay. Other than that, I don't know anything more about that at this point. So.
Have to do with something in there?
What's that?
Does it have to do with something in there?
Oh, no. No. Yeah, no.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
All right.
Okay. And that's all.
How much?
Oh. It'd be like 500.
Okay.
Maybe twice. And that would be it. And I'm not sure if I want to do that or not, but,
Okay.
and I know I'm not giving you any answer at all.
No, well, but I understand.
Okay. I'm just, it'd probably be better to have that part of the conversation now and the other part of it later or something like that.
Okay.
We'll figure it out. But
All right.
definitely want to, Oh, I don't know. We'll see.
You have 1 minute left.
You're gonna get cut off again.
All right.
Okay, well, don't worry about that. It's just the, you know, just I want to give you a heads up or something like that with that. Okay, love you. Everything else good?
Mm-hmm.
Good. Everything's fine.
All right, stopping it at 14:55. So for that portion of the conversation, it starts out with the defendant asking you about finances, correct?
Yes.
And that's when you talked about missing a bill or something
Right.
like that. And then he references something that he wants his folks to take care of.
Right.
Is that referring to his parents?
Yes.
And then he talks about giving his parents money. Did you hear
Yes.
that?
Yes, I did hear that.
And what amount did he want you to give his parents based on what you heard?
Based on what I heard, it was going to equal $1,000
And he said 500 twice.
twice. Yes.
Okay, not very straightforward.
Right.
Did you have any idea what he was talking about?
No, but in the moment, I was like, what is this? This is sketchy. His parents don't need money. So
And were you at that time in a financial position to be giving anyone $1,000?
no.
And then towards the end of that conversation, did you hear the defendant say something like having this part of the conversation now and the other part later?
Yes.
So not telling you the whole story now
Correct.
or ever?
Right.
So this is State's Exhibit 20. I would move that into evidence.
All right, we'll let the cross finish. And
Okay, so I just have a few sort of wrap-up questions. So yesterday I had asked you a question, and this is going back now till towards the end of October 1998. I had asked you a question about the trip you took to Chicago with the defendant.
Okay.
And so I asked you if you went to Morton's Steakhouse.
Okay.
And so do you recall whether or not you went there?
I don't recall if I went there. I'm sure we went to a nice restaurant. I just don't recall if it was actually Morton's.
And so would looking at a prior transcript refresh your recollection?
Sure. Yeah.
All right, so I'm referring to 12208, page 141, right in the middle of that page.
Let's see. Okay. All right. Yeah. Oh, okay.
And so did that refresh your recollection about where you went?
Yeah. I mean, if I said it then I must have remembered it then. It's been a while.
At the time you said Morton's.
Yes. At the time I said Morton's.
And then did looking at that same area, the page, refresh your recollection at all about the Adler Planetarium?
Yeah, I've never been to the Adler Planetarium, but we did go to the aquarium that was right next to it. So maybe I just misspoke there.
In Chicago.
Yes. Yeah, they're right next to each other.
All right, so one other thing that I'd like to clarify, you were asked some questions about going into 1999, January, February of that year. So I just want to clarify, when did you actually move to Wisconsin where you were living in Wisconsin?
March is when I moved all my stuff into the apartment.
And at that time, you were not living with the defendant,
Correct.
but were you going over to his home?
Yeah, I would come up and visit
And
on weekends and yes.
well, you were in Wisconsin at
Yeah.
the time.
Yeah. Well, when are we talking? In January and February?
No, I'm sorry. After you moved to Wisconsin?
Okay.
So I think you said that was end of March, early April.
Right.
So during that time period,
Mhm.
you are living in your own apartment,
Yes.
but are you visiting the defendant at his home?
Yes.
And is he visiting you at your apartment?
Occasionally, but most of the time we spend at the house.
So then during this time period, were you in a sexual relationship with the defendant?
Yes.
And so that was pretty much continuous from January all the way on.
Yes.
And so during that period of time, were you the defendant's girlfriend?
Yes.
You believed yourself to be?
Yes.
I think the only other exhibit I didn't move was exhibit number 22. So I would, for the record, move that one. And then I have no further questions.
So you, after the cross, you're moving 20, 21, and 22?
Correct.
All right. Who's doing the cross for the defense? Go ahead.
Brooks, correct?
Brooks, yes.
Ms. Brooks, I want to go back to some of those emails we talked about yesterday. I'm not going to go through them all, but I want to ask you a few questions about some of the emails that
Okay.
you saw.
Do I need to see them?
I'm going to get them for you.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And I'm going to ask you to go to page 28. And you were asked some questions about these emails, and they were in reference to like a joke that was forwarded to you.
This one looks like it was stock information.
Stock information, thank you. So when in that email on page 28, on October 12th at 9:35 a.m., at least it looks like that's the time you allegedly sent it, you actually replied back to your home address.
Yes.
And that means that when he sent this email from the mjensen@execpc.com, you actually responded back to that address.
Yes.
And do you remember what you said in your response to him?
No.
The home address.
No.
Do you know if you signed off IDL or IWI?
I don't know.
And is that the only time you emailed him back at his home address?
I can't be
Or
sure.
home email address?
I have no idea. Well, is this my response right below it? Have you ever noticed that Dan's email address is ex-nerd? Thought it was amusing.
I can't.
Address is ex-nerd. Do you want to see it? Or, okay.
That's what I was asking if.
Okay. Well, it's right there. So yes.
And then in that it says
Yes. I miss you.
IMY too.
Yes. Yes.
And that was to his home email address. I'm going to send you to page 42 of that same document. And this is the conversation that you had about, I think, a WinStar cruise.
Yes.
Did you ever take a cruise?
No.
And the conversation that you talked about yesterday was about you giving yourself a deadline.
Yes.
Mr. Jensen didn't give you a deadline.
Correct.
He didn't tell you to set a deadline.
Correct.
He didn't set a deadline for himself.
Right.
This was something you were going to do.
Correct.
He didn't pressure you in any way to set a deadline.
No.
He didn't pressure you in any way to leave your husband.
No.
And also in this conversation, you talked about how you asked him, how are you going to deal with the issue of your marriage, is basically what you were talking about.
Yes.
And it was you that brought up that conversation. Correct?
I believe so. Yeah.
Mr.
In that
Jensen
instance,
didn't
yes.
start talking about dealing with issues of marriage at first. You can review the entire email.
Is it just, oh, in this email? Okay. Then yes, it was probably me, but yeah.
And you said that he was being an evasive little shit. I think those are the words that
Yeah.
you used. And he
Yes.
said, I'm not. What do you want to know?
Yes.
And it was after that comment by you that he said he actually had a conversation with his wife.
Yes.
It was this whole ticket punched conversation.
Right.
And you understood that to mean that he had spoken to his wife
Yes.
about their marriage.
Yes.
And what was going to happen with their marriage.
Right.
And it was during this conversation that he found out his wife didn't love him anymore.
Yes.
And he found out that they were both there at that point for the sake of the children.
Yes.
And what he says is, I heard the answers. Is that right?
Yeah.
Would
What,
be on page 43,
are we on 43? Okay.
1:21
Yes.
p.m.
Mhm.
I heard the answers. We're just hanging out for lack of one of us making a decision. What did that mean to you?
Basically that they're just staying together until one of them decides to leave.
Just need to decide what to do and make an announcement. What did that mean to you?
That they were either going to make it work or tell everyone they were getting a divorce.
And again, he's not telling you that there's a deadline that he is going to meet.
That is correct.
He's not saying that I've told my wife or I'm going to be divorced by the end of the year, or I'm going to leave my wife.
Right.
He's saying he had the conversation. He now knows his wife doesn't love him, and there's no deadline for anything.
Right.
You continue to tell him that you're giving yourself a deadline because you don't want to let anyone down.
Right.
And he says, you don't have to do that. I think it's page 42. You have to do what's right for you. I'll just be hanging out.
Yes.
So at no point is he pressuring you to leave your husband.
Correct.
He's not pressuring you to go on this trip with him.
Right.
He's not pressuring you to go on any trip with him.
Right.
It's a conversation about someday taking a cruise that you brought up.
In the email. Yes.
You brought it up because you wanted to maybe celebrate his 40th birthday with him.
Right.
So it was a conversation you started.
Yes.
And the whole conversation about dealing with issues and getting your ticket punched, that came after you asked, how are you going to deal with your issues?
Yes.
I want to talk to you about the email you wrote about don't tell me. Do you remember that email that you were talking about? The don't tell me how I feel email?
It was a statement I made, and then he refers to that statement in emails. But yes, I do remember.
So the statement you made was on the phone or in
Yes.
person.
Yes.
And he brought that up in an email.
Yes.
And that was about you, a woman with no children, then being in a relationship with a man who has 2 children.
Correct.
And that was the context of that
That was the
conversation.
context of that conversation. Yes.
And you basically said, don't tell me who I want to be with
Right.
or whether they have children or not.
Right.
I want to take you to pages 69 and 70. And the reason I want to start on page 69 is because these 2 pages go together, correct?
Let's see.
Page 69, the bottom, October 26, 1:09 p.m., Mr. Jensen sends you an email.
Okay.
Is that right, what you see there?
Yes, I see that.
And it's about
And then it's
sending,
about 324 later. Okay. At 324 on the next page.
and in that email, he's talking about sending you money,
Yes.
and that's for the phone bill.
Yes.
And then as it continues to page 70, which is the same day, 2 hours later, he asks you about whether you can get things in the mail with your new last name, Greenman.
Yes.
And he actually says, if that doesn't work, I'll change the name.
Yes.
And that's referring to the check that he's going to send you for the phone bill.
Yes.
I mean, he knew you were
Well,
there.
I'm assuming that's what it was. Yes.
That's 2 hours after he said he was
Yes.
sending you a check.
Yeah.
And he knew you were married,
Yes.
and he knew your husband's last name was Greenman.
Yes.
And the last email I want to talk to you about is the last 2 emails on here, this Dear John letter of sorts.
Is that 79 and 80?
79 and 80,
Okay.
thank you. So sometime in the morning of October 27th, you send Mr. Jensen an email.
Yes.
And this email is, you have made a decision that after 6 years of fighting for a relationship, you need to give it a chance to work.
Yes.
And you're telling him in this email that the sexual relationship between you and him has to stop.
Right.
And the flirtation has to come down.
Yes.
And that's because you want to try to make your marriage work.
Yes.
You at least want to give it a fair chance.
Right.
Mr. Jensen doesn't tell you, no, don't do that.
Right.
He doesn't say you shouldn't make this marriage work.
Right.
He talks a little bit about he's concerned about you dealing with the funky,
Yes.
but he never says, no, that's never going to work. You shouldn't try to make your marriage work.
Right.
He's supportive.
Yes.
He says he'll continue to be your friend.
Yes.
And from the time of the weekend before that to January, in one of those first 2 times you came to Wisconsin, there was no sexual relationship between you and Mark Jensen
That is correct.
because you had made a decision that you wanted to try to make your marriage work.
Yes.
And he respected that decision.
Yes.
And although you guys joked around and still saw each other at meetings and maybe flirted, there was nothing else, oral sex or traditional sex, that you two engaged in.
Correct.
And he never pressured you to change your mind.
No.
I seem to have lost all my notes. All right, so I'm not going to ask you any more questions about emails, so I'm going to take that back from you so you don't have to have it up there with you. Now, you had testified previously that you met Mr. Jensen in the spring of 1998.
Yes.
And that's when he was brought down to St. Louis to see if he would join Stifel Nichols.
Correct.
And he was brought down with another broker.
Yes.
He wasn't by himself at that point. Correct?
Correct.
And at some point, you went up to Racine to help start that branch.
Yes.
And it was after the Racine office opened that you and Mr. Jensen began talking more.
Correct.
Started flirting.
Yes.
Started joking around.
Right.
Most of it on email,
Yes.
but sometimes on the
On
telephone.
the phone. Yes.
And during the course of these conversations, you learned about his marriage.
Yes.
You learned that he had children,
Yes.
learned where he lived,
Yes.
and he learned a lot about you.
Yes.
He learned that you were engaged to be married
Yes.
to Mr. Greenman,
Yes.
and knew some information about like your background, families, things like that.
Yes.
And you hadn't married Mr. Greenman yet when you started a physical relationship with Mr. Jensen.
Correct.
And at some point you did get married.
Yes.
And Mr. Jensen knew you were getting married.
Yes.
And at no point did he try to stop you from getting married,
No.
tell you, no, don't get married.
No.
And as you talked about earlier, that sexual relationship started in September of
Yes.
1998 and ended in mid to late October of 1998.
Yes.
No, we saw a lot of emails. That wasn't all the emails that were ever sent.
No.
It'd be fair to say that you talked a lot in emails
Yes.
and you talked a lot on the phone.
Yes.
And that's why he was sending you money for the phone bill.
Yes.
And during these conversations, as we saw, you complained about your husband,
Yes.
complained about the physical relationship,
Yes.
complained about the emotional relationship,
Yes.
complained about his continued conversations with his ex, Debbie.
Yes.
And Mr. Jensen also complained about his marriage.
Yes.
He talked about his sexual relationship with his wife.
Yes.
He talked about the concerns that he had about his wife.
Yes.
He told you things that were happening inside the house.
Yes.
And he confided in you about some of the concerns that he had.
Yes.
And some of that is seen in the emails.
Yes.
Now, you married your husband in September of 1998, and you said that that marriage ended sometime in January of 1999.
The marriage ended. Yeah. The divorce didn't happen, but yes.
Divorce didn't happen until March of 99.
Yes.
But for you, the marriage ended in January of 1999.
Yes.
Now, you had learned, I think you had testified yesterday on December 4th, that Miss Jensen had passed away.
Yes.
And you had had conversations with Mr. Jensen after that.
Yes.
He had talked to you about the fact that his wife had passed away.
Yes.
And there was a wake.
Yes.
In December of 1998, he didn't pressure you to leave your husband.
No.
He didn't tell you that it's time to get divorced and head to Wisconsin.
No.
Never had that conversation with you.
No.
He understood you were trying to make your marriage work.
Yes.
And he was being a friend and not pressuring you in any way to end that marriage.
Right.
In January of 1999, that marriage ended. I think you said that you and your husband had a big fight.
Yes.
And that was it for you.
Yes.
You were done.
Yes.
And it was at that point that you contacted Mr. Jensen and let him know that you were leaving your husband.
Yes.
And it was only after that that you visited Wisconsin for the first time
Yes.
and spent the weekend at the Jensen home.
Yes.
You continued to work for Stifel Nicholas until I think you said March of 1999.
I think I left there in February, sometime in February or March.
And then
Might have been March.
And then you moved to Wisconsin.
Yes.
At some point, you got a job at Abbott Laboratories.
Yes.
You didn't ever live in the home that Mr. Jensen shared with his wife in Kenosha.
No.
In fact, you lived in a different home at the end of 1999.
Yes.
So I want to talk to you a little bit about this blueprint meeting in November of 1998. You testified that you had gone to that meeting, basically put it together.
Yes.
That was your job
Yes.
as the executive assistant for the man who was in charge of all the brokers.
Yes.
And your husband stayed at the hotel with you?
Yes.
You didn't have any sexual contact with Mr. Jensen that weekend?
No.
Now, you were married to Mr. Jensen for 5 years? 4 to 5 years?
4 to 5 years, yeah.
And you had known him since 1998.
Yes.
And you knew him to be an avid note taker.
Yes.
He wrote down everything. Like he had a calendar. If you had an appointment, he'd write it down.
Yeah.
He had notes and pages off the Stifel Nicholas letterhead.
Yes.
And he would take notes of what was going on in his life or conversations he had had.
I guess so. I mean, yeah.
I mean, did you see him take notes?
I saw notes that he took for work. Yes.
So he was a gentleman who wrote stuff down.
Yes.
And that's something that you knew.
Yes.
And we talked a little bit about Exhibit 22. That's these notes about your prior boyfriends.
Yes.
And the notes, and I'm going to show them to you. I'm not going to publish them. I'll show you just the first 3 pages. Those notes are about boyfriends that you have, right?
Yes.
And it appears to be your husband's ex-husband's handwriting.
Yes.
And this is information that you provided to him.
Yes.
And this was information you provided to him after 1999.
Yes.
In that same packet, there is a note to show you a note. And can you tell me if that's Mr. Jensen's handwriting?
Yes.
And at the bottom of that note, there's a note about a Mr.
That's not his name. That's where we work together.
So is it Don?
Yeah.
Don. And then you worked at Kartsky's.
Yes.
And it's a note about whatever information you provided to Mr. Jensen about the relationship,
Yes.
the sexual relationship.
Yes.
And above that note, there is a note about the Greenleaf Grill.
Yes.
Had you ever been to the Greenleaf Grill?
I don't recall ever being here. No.
Do you remember if that's a location close to Abbott Laboratories?
Based on the information there, it might be.
Did you ever do happy hours or meetings with fellow coworkers after work?
I don't remember if I did, but I might have.
And if you had done that at somewhere like the Greenleaf Grill, that would have been after you
Yes.
and after you started working for Abbott Laboratories.
Yes.
Do you remember when you started working for Abbott Laboratories?
I think in 2000, maybe late 99.
When we looked at all of those emails yesterday, there was no conversations in those emails between you and Mr. Jensen about any prior boyfriend.
Right.
The conversations were about your husband.
Yes.
Now, these notes that Mr. Jensen took about your past boyfriends, he got the names of the prior boyfriends from you.
Yes.
And he asked you questions,
Yes.
and you answered those questions.
Yes.
You didn't tell him you didn't want to answer the questions.
Oh, no, I did tell him that.
Okay. And he asked you again.
Yes.
And so then you told him.
After some unpleasant conversations. Yes.
Because it's a weird thing to talk about.
Yes.
And sometimes it's really weird to talk about a prior boyfriend
Yes.
or a prior, maybe not a boyfriend.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like a
Yes.
weird thing to talk about even with your spouse.
Yes.
Now, you and Mr. Jensen married sometime in 2004,
Yes.
and you had a son in 2006?
2004.
In 2004. Thank you. And his name is Andy. His name is Andy.
Andrew.
Andrew. I have an Andrew from 2004 also. I should have remembered that. And you also helped him raise Douglas and David.
Yes.
And you ended up filing for divorce in 2009.
Yes.
And at that point, you had custody of your son,
Yes.
and you actually left Wisconsin.
Not until 2012.
So in 2012, you left Wisconsin.
Yes.
You had gotten in a new relationship
Yes.
and gotten married.
I wasn't married when I left.
At some point, you got married.
Shortly after, yes.
So shortly after leaving, you got married.
Yes.
And it'd be fair to say that you and Mr. Jensen haven't spoken in years.
Yes.
So I want to just talk briefly about this home computer you had in 05 and 06 when you lived with Mr. Jensen.
Okay.
You were asked a few questions about Mr. Jensen's use of a computer,
Yes.
and that was in the home.
Yes.
And I think you testified that he used it for work also.
Yes.
Now, in 2005 and 2006, do you remember having a dedicated line for your internet?
I assume we would have. Yes.
I mean, did you have to make sure the phone was?
I don't know what technology was like then. If it was the way it is now, that's how it was. If we needed a phone line, that's how it was.
Do you remember if you had like DSL or
No.
you just remember that you were able to be on the phone and on the internet at the same time?
Yes.
And you said that he would be on the computer late at night,
Yes.
and that would be after the boys were asleep?
Yes.
1 second, please. Last question. You heard that phone call from 2007
Yes.
about sending his parents money?
Yes.
You never sent his parents any money?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Yeah, redirect.
Just a few clarifications. If you have- All right, so you were asked some questions relating to State's Exhibit number 21, the emails, particularly the ones happening on October 16th. You recall those questions?
Can you give me the page number so I can look at it so I know which questions?
So why don't you start at the beginning of that thread, which is page 47?
Okay.
And so the way this whole conversation started, the conversation that turned into end of the year deadline, that sort of thing, was with him saying, let's run off somewhere. Do you see that on October 16th, 1998, 9:21 a.m., page 47?
Yes.
So his email is, hey, want to run off somewhere? I do love you.
Yes.
Okay. So he's the one who's bringing up the idea of running off somewhere and taking this cruise.
Okay. Yes. In this email. Yes. Yes. In this email. Yes.
And if that's at all realistic, you say that we have to deal with our details, our
Yes.
spouses, essentially, right?
Yes.
And that's how that conversation turned, correct?
Yes.
And it's true that during the course of all these emails that we looked at, he never brings up the idea of divorce, right?
Correct.
Or simply leaving his wife.
Right.
And it was his lack of giving you details that caused you to call him evasive.
Yes.
And one of the things that he told you in these emails, you were asked questions about whether he pressured you to leave, things of that nature. But he told you, I'll just be hanging out.
Yes.
So whenever you left your husband, he would be there.
Yes.
And then you were also asked these questions about those final pages of the emails where you talk about giving it a shot with your husband. You recall those questions?
Yes.
So that's October 27th of 1998, correct?
Yes.
And by early January of 1999, you were coming to Wisconsin and in a sexual relationship with the defendant.
Yes.
So just over 2 months later.
Yes.
And to be clear, your communication with the defendant never stopped.
Correct.
And even when you're at a conference with your husband and the defendant in early November, you're flirting with him.
Yes.
So it's fair to say that you knew as soon as you left your husband, the defendant would be there for you.
Yes.
So just a timeline question. Let me ask you this. When did you actually move in to the same home as the defendant in Wisconsin?
I believe it was right before Thanksgiving of 99.
And that was not the Pleasant Prairie home.
That is correct.
All right. And then you were asked these questions about Exhibit 22, which is all those notes in your husband's handwriting, correct?
Yes.
And you were asked about your husband being a note taker. You recall that?
Yes.
But you didn't know he was taking these notes.
No, I did not.
And even without knowing that, you did not want to engage in these conversations?
Correct.
Did it cause conflict between you and the defendant?
Yes.
And can you describe that?
We would get into pretty good fights. And I would be at work when we would start on messaging is when he would ask the questions, and I would balk at them and not want to answer them. And we'd get into it, and it would even last for days. I mean, I'd go home and we'd fight about it. And then ultimately I would just cave and give the information.
So this questioning was repeated,
Yes.
and it started even at the beginning of your relationship, correct? In the fall of 1998?
Yes. Just much more high level and not as detailed.
And that's what you mean by high level. It means not digging into
Not, yeah, just, I don't know, just very vague.
Now, I believe you testified yesterday that you did tell the defendant about your encounter with John Jock Joseph in the fall of 1998. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And so what helps you remember that you told the defendant about this man and about his penis in the fall of 1998?
I had a memory of when we were at Blueprint. As everything was getting started, they had a restaurant there, and Mark and I went to lunch, and Jock Joseph was there eating lunch. And I said, "Oh, there's Jock Joseph." And, he recognized him. He's like, "Oh, that's the guy." And so we had that conversation. And that's how I remembered I had to have told him prior to that.
And you think the prior incident with this man had been the year prior?
At the previous branch managers meeting, whenever that was, yes, which must have been the year before.
So we talked about these, I guess, acronyms in the emails. Do you recall whether you were the person who started using the IDLY?
I don't recall.
And you also testified about having knowledge of the defendant's, at least his intention to write a book, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a page of that and then ask you a couple questions about it. Judge, I would object. There was no cross-examination on this.
I can't
I
hear you.
said I would object. There was no cross-examination on this.
It has to do with the acronyms in the emails.
As
There's no
long as it's the
cross-examination.
subject that you're talking about, I'll allow it. As to the acronyms. Go ahead.
And is she reading from the document that she didn't prepare?
I'm asking if you recognize.
I do not recognize this, no.
Do you recognize the handwriting?
Yes.
All right. And if you look towards the middle of that page, just let me know, read it yourself, and let me know whether that refreshes your recollection about the acronyms.
I recognize the reference, yes.
And so did reviewing that help you in any way remember about who started the acronyms, or do you still not have a memory of that?
I don't have a memory of it.
Okay, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any recross?
Just briefly, going back to that October 16th email chain between you and Mr. Jensen. Mr. Jensen knew where you were living on October 16th of 1998, correct?
Yes.
He knew where you were working.
Yes.
He knew which office it was.
Yes.
In fact, you guys text or emailed on a daily basis.
Yes.
And spoke on the phone on a daily basis.
Yes.
You were asked about Mr. Jensen say, "I'll just be here hanging out."
Yes.
And you thought that meant that whenever you were ready.
Yes.
And he actually emailed that to you after he had emailed you that he had already had a conversation with his wife.
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
All right, you're excused. Thank
Right.
you. Then we have exhibits 20, 21, and 22 will be received. No.
One was just
All right.
the emails, right? 21 was.
It's all on a disc.
Oh, okay.
Who's next for the state then?
Mr. Dave Wilkinson.
And the number?
Let me grab the number. $73.
Thank you. You can remain standing, raise your right hand, I'll swear you in, okay? You solemnly swear the testimony is bad of you, the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, self God. I do. Thank you. You can have a seat. Get as close as you can to the little microphone. Spell your first and last name for the court reporter.
David Wilkinson, DAVID WILKINSON.
Thank you. Who's going to ask the questions?
I am, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr. Jambo.
Thank you. So, Mr. Wilkinson, on December 3rd, 1998, by whom were you employed?
The Village of Pleasant Prairie.
In what capacity?
At the time, I was a paid-on-call firefighter EMT.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
The Village of Pleasant Prairie, and as a firefighter EMT.
Do you recall being called to go to any location on that date and time, on that date?
I was called to a resident, I believe, on Lakeshore Drive. I believe it was about the 9,000 block for a person that was pulseless and non-breathing.
And do you remember when you received the phone call, or when you received that call?
I'm sorry, can you say that?
Tell me how were you notified that you were to go?
We were notified from the Kenosha County Joint Services who set off our pagers and our tones in our station. The tones inside the station, the tone alerters.
So you were at the station house at the time,
I was not. I was actually at my own private residence.
but your pager went off?
It did, sir.
And so how did you respond to the pager going off? What does the pager tell you when it goes off?
At the time, we worked as a paid-on-call department. As a responded. At the time, I was what we called paid-on-call, which if there's a call come out, we would tone it out like that. We'd go to the scene. When we went to the scene, we would go in our private vehicle.
So on December 3rd, 1998, when you were summoned or when you received this call, you were at home at the time
I was.
and you responded in your personal vehicle.
That's correct.
Do you remember what time you received the call or the pager signal?
I do not. I would have to refer to my report.
Oh, I see it's up there. Sure, this exhibit has been marked as S24. And just to ask you to look at that and page through it, and when you're done looking at it, let me know.
Okay. I'm good, sir.
Now that you've received that, does that refresh your recollection as to the precise time that you received this call?
Yes, it was about 4:30 in the afternoon, or 16:32 is listed on the report.
And when did you arrive at the scene?
I would have arrived on location probably about 4:34 p.m. or 16:34 as it's listed on the report. 16:34 in military time.
Looking at in the upper right-hand corner of what is Exhibit S24, do you see it on the screen there? It's in front of you. It's also on the screen. Looking under, does it say at location 1635?
It does, sir.
So that would have, at the time that you prepared this report, well, why don't we put it this way? When did you prepare that report that's displayed on the screen there for the jury?
So this report would be prepared following the incident. At the time, usually when we got back to the station, some of the details may have been put on paper during the call also.
So this report was prepared immediately after the incident had occurred.
That is correct.
And at the time that you prepared this report, do you endeavor to ensure that the contents of the report are accurate and reflect what actually occurred?
Yes, sir.
And it's done when the matters are still fresh in your mind.
Absolutely.
So this indicates that you were at the location at 4:35 p.m.
Correct.
Military time is 16:35.
That's correct.
Now, I see under medications, it indicates Paxil and Ambien, and then it says new as, I can't understand what that says. Do you know what that reads, or what that says?
New as of Tuesday.
New as of Tuesday, okay. And then under allergies, it says NKA. What does NKA stand for?
No known allergies.
In terms of the assessment and narrative, that information was derived from the defendant. Is that true?
That is correct.
And then under the narrative, that's your typing. You type that?
The type narrative on the following pages. Is that what you're saying?
I'm looking at the narrative where it says just above 000952, it says narrative, and underneath that is some typed language. Did you type that?
1 second. No, Ryan Holm typed that one.
Was that based upon yours and his observations at the scene?
It was.
And I'd ask you to read it yourself right now.
Judge, I think I object to this being up on the screen if it's not Mr. Wilkinson's report I'm not sure it should be shown to the jury and just ask questions. I mean, he's asking him to review it to himself, but it's up on the screen already.
Let's just take it down for now, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Have you read it now, sir? Are you still reading it?
I have.
Now, looking at the narrative, does that refresh your recollection as to your call to this scene?
It does.
And does that narrative accurately describe or reflect your findings at arriving upon the scene?
It does, and it concurs with what I stated on the following page, which is 000950.
So it indicates you were called to the location for a PNB female. Can you tell us what a PNB female is?
PNB is an abbreviation for pulseless non-breather. And then female
Dispatch-
relating to gender. The female is the gender of the patient.
And dispatch stated there was a possible F frank. What's an F frank?
Fatality, which means somebody that they believe is not going to be able to be resuscitated.
Now, it describes that you found her lying face down in the bed. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
There was rigidity and pulling of blood in the face and left side.
That's correct.
Now tell us what you mean by rigidity. What is the technical term for this rigidity that you found?
The technical term would be rigor mortis.
So rigor mortis was present at the time of your arrival?
That is correct.
And rigor mortis is the fact that rigor mortis was present reflects what in your training as an EMT?
My training experience tells me that that patient has been down for a considerable amount of time, in excess of 30 minutes, which is beyond help and us have the ability to do a resuscitation on that patient.
When you say down, you mean dead?
That is correct, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I've been told the jury needs a break, so I think we can stop at this point. Go ahead and take 10 minutes, folks, okay? It's all right, thank you.
for us.
To retire next.
All rise for the jury.
All right, we are back on the record on the Jensen matter. The appearances are the same. The jury is now back in the courtroom for the record. Mr. Wilkinson is still under oath. He's on the stand. Mr. Jamboys, you can continue.
So we'd left off with you talking about rigidity and pooling of blood in the face and left side. And you were explaining what the technical or the medical term is for the rigidity that you observed. Could you tell that to the jury, please?
That'd be rigor mortis.
And so the fact that rigor mortis was present would indicate that she was unquestionably dead.
That is correct.
What did you do upon observing the Julie Jensen's body in this fashion?
Once we observed her in that fashion, we then rotated her body slightly to place 3 electrodes on for our heart monitor. Those are small little round patches or stickers that we connect cables to and can look at the
And please bring the microphone as close to your mouth as you reasonably can, since the for one thing, the way that you speak, it's kind of hard to understand you a little bit.
Okay.
And if you speak slowly into the microphone, I think the reporter will have less difficulty understanding you. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. So tell us about the placement of the leads.
So what we do is we move her and rotate her body slightly to place 3 leads on her body, which are small little stickers that we attach cables to that allow us to look at the electrical activity of the heart.
That's called an EKG. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Electrocardiogram.
Correct.
And when you attach the leads and you read the electrocardiogram, what did it reveal?
The electrical cardiogram revealed a rhythm called asystole, which means no electrical activity in the heart.
Which is also indicative of death.
That is correct.
And this is the manner in which you confirm that she was dead?
That is correct.
You never attempted it, you never made any resuscitative efforts?
That is correct. No attempts were made for resuscitation.
No chest compressions or anything of that sort?
No chest compressions, no attempts of doing any rescue breathing.
So after you determine,
Rescue breathing.
so after the EKG registered nothing, what did you do next?
We placed her approximately back into the position that we found her. We disconnected the cables as we did that from the electrodes, and I believe we left the electrodes in place.
Now, when you first arrived at the scene, did anybody direct you to the location of Julie Jensen? Or do you recall?
I cannot recall who brought us to her. That's been 25 years. I don't remember.
I would direct your attention to the last page of, I think that it was exhibit S24. What's the exhibit number in front of that?
Are we talking this one?
Yes, what's the exhibit number on the front page of that document?
S24.
So directing your attention to the last page of S24, I'd ask you to read that to yourself.
It states that the husband brought us to the patient.
Now, have you read through that entire thing just to yourself?
Yes,
And is that your report that you prepared shortly after this incident occurred?
it is.
And at the time that you prepared this report, these matters were still fresh in your mind?
It was.
And you endeavored to ensure that it was accurate information that you placed in this report?
I did.
Now that you've read that report, does that refresh your recollection as to additional details concerning your response to this incident?
It does.
Okay. Now, when you entered the bedroom, the rear bedroom, first of all, who directed you to the rear bedroom?
The patient's husband.
And did he make any statement to you?
He stated that his wife was taking a sleeping pill and an antidepressant.
And when you entered the room, how did you find Julie Jensen?
She was lying on her left side, covered in blankets, in what we call a semi-fetal position, meaning her knees were slightly bent.
Did you notice anything else about the room when you entered?
Judge, I guess I'm wondering if the witness is testifying from his memory or testifying from the document, since it looks like he's still looking at the document.
He keeps refreshing himself. He can do that if you want to keep refreshing.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm trying to figure out if we're going to find out if he's actually testifying from the document or from his memory.
We'll find out.
Thank you.
When you entered the room, did you notice anything else about the room?
The only other thing I noticed in the room was that the phone was off the hook and making that classic sound that a phone that's off the hook makes.
Did you put the phone back on the hook again?
I did.
And after you put the phone back on the hook, what did you do next?
That's when I started doing my patient assessment. I found the pooling of the blood on the left side and found her being stiff at that time.
And did you any,
Stiff.
and at that time, did you remove the covers from her?
I did to perform that assessment.
And when you felt the arm, what were your observations of the arm?
That it was cool and dry.
And did it appear to be stiffened in rigor mortis?
It did.
Mr. Wilkinson, I'm going to direct your, by the way, what's your rank now in the Pleasant Prairie Police Fire Department?
My current rank is assistant fire chief.
So Assistant Chief
Yes, sir.
Wilkinson. I'm going to direct your attention to the screen. I'm going to show you a series of photographs and see if you can identify those photographs.
It's the same.
Judge, before we show them to the jury?
I think we already did as to the photos. They're already marked and we talked about
I'm
them.
not sure it's the same photos that he showed Dr.
I don't know
Chandler.
either.
Right,
So
that's why I'm
I'm
asking.
sure it's going to be the same photos.
Ordinarily, Judge, what we do is we would show a photograph, a hard copy photograph to the witness and have the person identify that photograph. This officer did not take these photographs, but I'm going to ask him whether these photographs truly and accurately depict the
Do
crimes.
what you have to do, Mr. Jambois.
And I don't have the hard copy, so I'm going to do it on the screen.
All right.
And
Sorry, it's going slow.
it's just taking a while to load them into the computer, Your Honor, just so that the jury and everybody knows. Attorney McNeil is trying to loading them into the computer. It's going slowly. Right. We did not know it was going to take this long to load these into the computer. We could have done this during the jury's break, I suppose. Attention to the screen. Does that photograph truly and accurately portray the condition of Julie Jensen when you first entered the room?
It does. The blankets were pulled a little bit more up would be as we arrived.
So the blankets that are, these blankets here were pulled up over her?
That is correct.
And that's an accurate, is that an accurate depiction of Julie Jensen as she lay in her bed from the backside?
It would be.
And now, is that an accurate depiction of Julie Jensen from the backside with the covers pulled back?
It is.
That's how you found her?
That's how we would have had her once we were putting those electrodes on, yes. When we put the electrodes on.
And then directing your attention to the screen, is that an accurate depiction of Julie Jensen's condition when you observed her with the covers pulled back in the bed and at the time that you arrived?
It is.
And that was how her, specifically directing your attention to her left arm. Could you put that's how her arm was under her body like that?
That is correct. We never moved the left arm. We never moved the left arm.
Now, directing your attention here, is that the way Julie Jensen's nose looked when she was rolled back over?
I would believe so. I can't ascertain that from right now.
Well, do you see her nose is bent over like that, correct?
Correct.
And you did not move the nose into that position?
We did not.
Then go to the next page. And that depicts the bedstand with the phone on it, correct?
It does.
And that's how you found it, except that when you came in, the phone was not in the cradle,
That's correct.
and you put it back in the cradle.
I did.
Your Honor, the state would move the photos set forth in Exhibit S25 into evidence subject to cross-examination.
It's number 35, you said, Mr. Chairman?
25, Your Honor.
25, all right.
And the state would also move Exhibit S24 into evidence subject to cross-examination. That is the report.
Are we done with the direct?
I'm done with I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. Cross-examination, who's going to do it?
I am. Thank you, Judge. Can I call you Mr. Wilkinson? Is that okay?
That is fine.
Otherwise, it's a long thing to say each time. Okay, thank you. Mr. Wilkinson, you prepared the report that's in front of you, Exhibit 24. The last page.
The last page, yes.
The last page is a summary of your observations on that day.
Correct. My observations and activities, yes.
And
Activities.
at the time of this investigation, were you a paramedic intern?
That is correct.
And over the years, you've now become deputy chief.
Assistant chief, but yes.
And as a paramedic intern, you were being taught how to be a paramedic,
Correct.
how to handle things in the field,
Correct.
how to write reports,
Correct.
what to put in reports,
Correct.
and the important things to put in reports.
Correct.
Because it's hard to put everything in there.
Absolutely.
And some of the things that they talk about is making sure that you put your observations of a patient,
Correct.
what you see,
Correct.
potentially what you smell,
Yes.
how they feel when you touch them.
Correct.
And you're also trained to write the reports as soon as you can.
Correct.
Sometimes you can't write them right after you've been at a house.
That is correct.
You might have to go to another call,
Correct.
but you do try to write them as soon as you're able.
That is correct.
And in Ms. Jensen's case, you did that.
Correct.
Did you write your report the next day? Is that what you testified to, or the same day?
Same day.
And you know it's important to put information in your report because you might testify 24 years later.
At the time, I didn't believe that, but yes.
And it's important to have that report so you can kind of remember what happened
Yes.
and refresh your memory.
Yes.
It's also important to put important information because your supervisor reviews the reports.
Correct.
You know that they could be sent to the prosecution, right?
Correct.
Could be sent to the defense,
Correct.
and jurors might have a chance to review them.
Correct.
And in this case, you did put your observations of what you saw when you were at the Jensen home.
That is correct.
I want to talk to you about what happened when you first arrived. You were dispatched about 4:32 non-military time,
Yes.
and you got there about 4:35.
Correct.
You were the first one there.
I was.
And as you entered, Detective Riley followed after you.
I believe that is correct. Yes.
And did you enter the open garage door?
I believe that's how we entered.
And you entered through the garage into the home.
Correct.
And you didn't see any children standing in the garage.
Not that I recollect.
You didn't see any children sitting in a car.
Not that I recollect.
When you entered, you observed Mr. Jensen,
Correct.
and he was standing in the kitchen.
I believe that's where he met us. Yes.
And when you saw him, he appeared to be crying.
To be honest, I don't remember the state of his emotional state at the time.
You asked him where the patient was,
Yes.
and he directed you to the back bedroom.
Correct.
You asked if he knew what was going on,
Correct.
and he advised you that his wife had taken antidepressants and sleeping pills.
That is correct.
And you found evidence of antidepressant and sleeping pills in the bedroom.
That is correct.
You testified that when you went into the bedroom, you saw that phone was off the hook,
Correct.
and you heard the annoying sound,
Yes.
and you put the phone back on the hook.
I did.
You don't know what phone Mr. Jensen used to call 911.
No, I do not.
When you and I think Detective Riley, I don't know if he was a detective then, were in the bedroom, you initially checked for signs of life.
That is correct.
And when we saw these photos up on the screen, the blankets were further up on Miss Jensen.
Correct.
So those photos don't accurately show what she looked like when you walked in.
Correct. I cannot state the exact location of those covers. It'd be at 2/3 of the way down or all the way up.
And you remember her being on her left side,
Yes.
and you said it was in the classic fetal position.
Semi-fetal, but yes.
Semi-fetal, thank you.
Yes.
At some point, you had to move the blankets
Correct.
just to check her to see if you could feel a pulse,
Correct.
and you didn't feel a pulse.
We did not.
At some point, additional paramedics came.
Correct.
So you weren't by yourself or with just Detective Riley at that point.
No, very shortly after I arrived, the ambulance arrived with the additional paramedics.
And she was rolled further onto her left side.
Correct.
And when she was rolled further onto her left side, her face was moved on the pillow.
Correct.
It would have been kind of moved a little bit off the pillow.
Correct.
When you rolled her over, you didn't see any issues with her nose that you remember.
Not that I indicated in my report, so I can't state to that.
And you didn't see any issues with her mouth. You can look at your report.
No.
There's nothing in there about any concerns about her mouth.
No.
When the other paramedics arrived, although you said that rigor had been set.
Correct.
So in your experience, she had been dead for at least 30 minutes.
It's a safe assumption to say yes.
And although you knew those things, still we're going to check for a heartbeat.
Absolutely. We always confirm death just to confirm that we don't have something unusual.
Right. So they decided to use the EKG heart monitor machine.
That is correct.
And did you place the pads on Mr. Jensen or did another paramedic, if you remember?
I can refer to that first report real quick.
Thank you.
I was the one that placed the electrodes on.
Thank you. And when we talk about placing the electro pads on, we're talking about 2 above her chest.
Correct. Usually right below the clavicle, kind of center midline on it.
Center midline of her upper chest.
Correct.
And then 1 lower.
Correct.
And in order to put these EKG pads on her to connect to the machine,
Yep.
you had to roll her over to her left side.
Correct.
You had to pull up her shirt.
Correct.
And as we talked about, when you rolled her over, you would have removed her head from the pillow or her face from the pillow.
Based on the rigor mortis, it would have moved with the rest of the body. That is correct. Based on the rigor mortis, it would have moved with the rest of the body.
So based on rigor mortis, her face would have moved with the rest of her body, right?
That would be a safe.
And it's possible that other appendages moved,
Yes.
like her arm.
Yeah. So yeah.
After you concluded with the heart monitor that there was no what would you call that?
Electrical activity or heart rhythm.
There was no heart rhythm. The electrodes were removed and just the pads were kept on.
Correct. The cables were removed and just the stickers, or what we call the electrodes, were left.
And then she would have been rolled back over to the position that you believed her to be in before you put the monitors on.
Correct.
It'd be fair to say you didn't take a picture of her when you walked in.
We did not.
You got as close as to the original position as you could,
Correct.
which included putting her face back in the pillow.
Correct.
It'd also be fair to say that taking photos at that point was the last thing you were thinking about.
Correct. That's a PD function that'd be a PD function or police function that we don't worry about at the time of patient care.
You're worried about the patient
Exactly.
to see if there's any way you can help the patient.
Correct.
So you're not taking pictures before or after you move the body.
No.
And after you had done the monitoring and determined that there was no heart arrhythmia,
Rhythm.
thank you, one day, you left
Shortly after, yes.
the bedroom.
Yes.
You don't know if there was any manipulation of the body between the time you left and the time the photos were taken.
That is correct.
I think you testified a little bit about pooling of blood, or in your report you talked about pooling of blood.
Correct.
And that is something you saw on the left side of the face.
Correct.
And that's just consistent with someone being on the left side for a period of time.
Correct. It's a condition called dependent lividity. Dependent lividity, which means when a patient dies, the blood's going to pool to the location where gravity takes it. In this case, was the face and the left side, because that was which was down against the ground, or sorry, the bed.
It doesn't mean someone's bleeding.
No, it does not.
I want to talk just a little bit of the observations you had when you walked in the room. You didn't smell any urine or feces.
Not that I recollect.
You didn't see anything on the bed.
Not that I remember, no.
When you rolled Miss Jensen over, you didn't see any vomit on the pillow.
I did not.
You didn't see any blood on the pillow.
Not that I recollect.
And you observed her shirt when you put the monitors on.
Yes.
You didn't see any vomit or blood on her shirt.
Not that I recollect.
And if you had, that's something you probably would have put in your report.
I would hope I did.
I mean, those are important things when you're taking care of a patient.
Correct.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Chief Wilkinson, I'm going to direct your attention to the screen again.
Okay.
Now, going to, this photo is the depicted Julie Jensen as she appeared when you found her and pulled the covers back. Is that true?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
I'm pulling close up here. Is that one of the EKG pads?
Yes, it is, sir.
So this is a photo that was taken after you had attached the EKG pads
Correct.
and then removed the EKG device.
Correct. Well, once we remove the cables, yes.
Put her back in the position that you found her.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you first found her and before you attached the EKG pads, you indicated you rolled her over. Do you remember, did you use the right shoulder as depicted here?
Correct.
And the right hip as depicted here, were those the items you used or the parts of her body you used to roll her over?
Correct. We pushed against her right shoulder, rotating her body to give us access to the chest.
And when you rotated her, did you rotate her all the way over onto her back or just sufficiently onto her side to attach the EKG pads?
Just to the side to attach the pads.
And then after you attached the pads and you ran the EKG, then you removed the EKG device?
Correct.
Leaving the pads in place
Correct.
and putting her back in this position.
Correct.
And that position, in your estimation, is the position that you also found her in?
Correct.
Now, because of the rigor mortis, she would tend to go back into the same position anyway, correct? Because of the rigor mortis that was present?
That is correct.
And you indicated you found rigor mortis in, let's see, let me pull this up here. You indicated in your report that you felt the arm, which was cold, appeared to be stiff and in rigor mortis. Which arm are you talking about? The right arm? Here?
At that time, it would have been the right arm that we were feeling.
So this was the arm that was stiff and in rigor mortis.
Correct.
So when you rolled her back, this arm remained in that position because this arm was in rigor mortis.
Correct.
In fact, if you'd have put that arm down straight, it would have come back up with rigor mortis. Isn't that true?
I believe that is correct.
I have nothing further on redirect.
Recross?
Yes, please. Thank you. The photo that you were just shown, you didn't take that photo,
No, one of the police officers did.
and you weren't in the room when that photo was taken.
I was not.
So when you were asked if that's the photo of her after you took the EKG monitors on, that would have been many minutes after.
I cannot place a time on it. That's outside of my purview.
Could have been an hour after.
I can't say.
You have no idea.
Correct.
You didn't take any photos,
That is correct.
and you weren't there when any photos were taken.
Not to my recollection.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
All right, you're excused. Thank you. Jerry, can you get the exhibits if they're up here? And 24 and 25.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. 5.
It should be with the,
the thumb drive.
oh, it's
All
right
right.
here.
And that's probably
We just don't want attorneys walking out with the exhibits.
Make sure. Ms. McNeil will
Okay.
be in, I'll let her.
Thank you. Who's the next witness?
Lieutenant Ratsberg. Witness number 61, Your Honor.
Thank you. Standing, raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. You solemnly swear the testimony in this matter to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you. Get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
First name is Paul, last name Ratzberg. That's Ratzburg.
Thank you. Go ahead. Is it going to be Mr. Jambo or Ms. McNeil?
It's going to be
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Jambo. On December 3rd, 1998, how were you employed?
I was a police officer with the village of Pleasant Prairie.
And could you move the microphone directly in front of your face, please? That microphone right there, that small microphone. Put it right up your mouth, because otherwise the reporter won't be able to hear you, and possibly the jury won't be able to hear you either.
Thank you.
Now, so on December 3rd, 1998, by whom were you employed?
With the village of Pleasant Prairie Police Department.
Okay, that microphone still needs to come closer.
Well,
There
how's
you go.
that? Much better?
That's better.
Okay, I can hear myself, so thank you.
So in what capacity were you employed by the Pleasant Prairie Police Department on December 3rd, 1998?
A police officer.
In what was your rank?
I was a lieutenant of detectives at that time. I'm sorry, sergeant of detectives.
So you were a detective sergeant on December 3rd, 1998.
That is correct, yes.
And how long did you remain with the police department after December 3rd, 1998?
I retired in 2012.
And when you retired from the police department in 2012, what was your rank?
I was a lieutenant of detectives.
So Detective Lieutenant Ratzberg upon retirement? Or was it, well, it'd be Lieutenant Detective or Detective Lieutenant?
Either way, sir.
Okay. So Detective Lieutenant Ratzberg, when did you respond to, or where did you respond on December 3rd, 1998 in the later afternoon hours?
Approximately, well, it was after 4:30 at 9020 Lakeshore Drive. I responded to the Jensen residence.
And is 9020 Lakeshore Drive located in the village of Pleasant Prairie, Kenosha County in the state of Wisconsin?
Yes.
And why were you dispatched to that location?
I was notified that Julie Jensen had passed on and was dead.
And when you heard this news, was the name Julie Jensen already familiar to you?
Yes, it was.
And how had Julie Jensen's name become familiar to you?
Well, over the last, probably since 93 through her death in 98, I was keeping in touch with Officer Cosman, and I had personal contact with Julie Jensen a couple times. They had problems with finding pornographic pictures around the home.
And this had been going on since 92 in your 92 or 93, or you're not sure?
92 or 93, that would be my estimation.
Documents that have been marked as S27, and I don't want you to read it out loud. I just want you to page through it, and I'm going to ask you some questions about it. So what are those?
These are a copy of reports from the Pleasant Prairie Police Department starting in 1992.
What specifically is the date on the first report?
1/27/1992. It'll be
And what's-
January 27th, 1992.
And what's the date of the last report?
The last report would be 96, 12/18 of 96.
So these reports go from January 27th, 1992 through late December 1996.
Correct.
And those are a collection of reports from the Pleasant Prairie Police Department concerning incidents that had occurred at the Jensen residence?
Correct.
So had you responded to some of those calls?
Yes.
And Officer Ron Cosman had responded to the bulk of those calls?
Yes.
And so you were aware of this history on December 3rd, 1998, when you received this call about Julie Jensen's death?
Yes. I was also familiar with officers' contact with Miss Jensen earlier about some photographs that Julie took.
So on December 3rd, 1998, do you recall what time you received the phone call to go to that residence?
It was approximately 4:30 p.m.
Now, on that day, what shift did you actually work?
I worked on the day shift that day. My shift ended at 3 o'clock, and I was home, and then I was notified that Julie had passed approximately 4:30-ish.
So upon receiving that information, what did you do?
Well, I immediately called yourself. You were the district attorney here at that time, and I asked that you meet me at the area, and I gave you a brief description over the phone on some of the history that I was aware of there, including the pornographic pictures and so forth, and the communications that Julie had with Officer Cosman. And I viewed those photos. And when I met you at the scene, we recapped that information. And then I went on to speak with the staff there and Mr. Jensen.
And after speaking with those persons, did you at any time enter the bedroom and did you observe Julie Jensen's body?
I did, yes.
So how soon after you arrived did you observe Julie Jensen's body?
Very shortly afterwards, I got there, observed that. I don't believe you were on scene yet. I spoke with the officers on the scene, did a preliminary search or visual search of the area, and then I spoke with other people on the scene.
So after arriving at the scene and observing the body, at some point I arrived, is that correct?
Yes.
And then there was discussion about obtaining a search warrant or obtaining consent to search.
Yes, the reason I contacted you is I didn't know if I was going to be able to obtain consent to search from Mr. Jensen or the Jensen family. I contacted you in case we needed a search warrant because as soon as I heard that news, given the circumstances that I was aware of on December 3rd, I wanted to do a full death scene investigation and see what happened.
So did you obtain consent from Mark Jensen to do a full death scene investigation?
Well, I got consent to search the house and obtain any records that I wished. I spoke with Mr. Jensen, went over the forms, and obtained written consent for us to search the house. He made arrangements to leave the house that evening, and we conducted a search of the home and documented items from the home.
So you photographed it, and did you also videotape the crime scene?
Yes, we photographed most everything in the house, and then I did a video of the home before and after.
So when did you do this video? How long after you arrived at the crime scene did you do the video?
And the times are on the video along with the date. I don't recall exactly what time, but I believe the first one was probably around 7:30-ish. And then the other video, as we're closing out, was probably about 10 o'clock p.m. on December 3rd, 1998.
And you've reviewed that video and it accurately reflects the video that you took on that day?
Yes.
I'd request, what's the exhibit number on it? I would request exhibit 25, the video be displayed at this point. Taken up outside the presence of the jury. What the issue is.
Well, they're still talking, so. The record should reflect the jury is outside the court. Go ahead,
Yes,
Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you, Your Honor. So I just want to make this brief record as to why I requested the court's indulgence. As I was about to play the crime scene video, Mr. Perry advised me that they had an objection to some part of the oral statements that were being made by Detective Sergeant Ratsberg, as he was doing the video. I'd not heard about this objection before, and what they're saying is that apparently Detective Sergeant Ratsberg, at some point in his audio portion of this video, made reference to voicemails that Julie had left for Officer Cosman, which may be true, but it's okay for non-testimonial statements, or for testimonial statements for that matter, that are subject to cross-examination, to be played to the jury. So I don't know what they're talking about. I don't know exactly what the reference is. I've watched this crime scene video. I never paid any attention to, I did pay attention, obviously, to what Detective Sergeant Ratsberg was saying, but as I'm standing here right now, I don't have any recollection of what they're referring to. It seems to be the only way to find it is to play it right now outside the presence of the jury so the court can see and hear what it is that defense counsel is objecting to.
How long is the video?
The video is 18 minutes long, and I don't know where it is in this thing.
It's in the first part.
It's not at the end of it. And the voicemails, I mean, the whole focus, right?
You know, what we could do is, the jury just told my bailiffs, we have to use the microphones. They're having some issues. So please sit down so you could use the microphones. I appreciate you standing, but keep that in mind. The jury, again, is saying there are some having issues with hearing. Go ahead, counsel. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's fine. I mean, the focus in all the pretrial litigation, all the litigation has been on the letter, but not lost in it is that the voicemails to Officer Cosman were also deemed to be violation of the Confrontation Clause violation. And this court has made it very clear that those things aren't coming in. And I didn't realize, and what I quickly checked is whether they were playing it with audio, because there is this reference to these voicemails that has been the subject of what the Confrontation Clause violation was. And so in abundance of caution, I don't think it's at the end of the video. So I think if we watched for 10 minutes, we could find it.
So let's just be clear as to what the court's ruling was. The court's ruling was that the letter and any other things that have been deemed confrontation clause violations would not be coming in. So the letter itself is not coming in, and the voice and testimony from Ron Cosman about the voicemails did not come in. We edited that out. However, the court did not rule that references to testimonial statements in non-testimonial statements are inadmissible. We just excluded them out of an abundance of caution. The Supreme Court in Jensen 1 and the Wisconsin Court of Appeals in Jensen 2 have already ruled that all of the non-testimonial statements are admissible. Those include statements that Ted Voigt made concerning the letter and statements that other witnesses made about the letter. We just excluded them as an abundance of caution. That was not because the court ordered us to. You simply ordered that the letter was not coming in. And when you said the letter was not coming in, we also inferred, and I believe you intended, that the voicemails are not coming in. And they're not coming in. However, references to the letter in non-testimonial statements and references to the voicemails in non-testimonial statements are admissible. So if he references the voicemails in this video, that's not a problem. But I don't know if he starts talking about the content of the voicemails, that possibly could be. So that's what I don't know the answer to that until I play the video. So with that, Your Honor, what I propose is that we play the video now, and we get to the part that counsel is referring to, we can stop.
I think that's a good suggestion. I think we would have already been done. I think we would have already been done with finding it if we just started it.
Play the video?
Yeah.
Okay.
Of Pleasant Prairie Police Department and Sergeant Riley of the Pleasant Prairie Police Department. We are here at the Jensen home located at 9020 First Avenue. I'm in here in the hallway showing outside. As you can see, the security officers are there. That is Officer Pelkey panning around. A pan of the living quarters with Sergeant Riley and Sergeant Hunter. We were called this afternoon for a death investigation. Now going down the hallway to the room. Sergeant Hunter. My phone is ringing as we're taping, and Sergeant Hunter will be answering the phone. I'm in the bedroom to scan everything. As you can see, there is a female body on the bed, which has been disturbed by the firefighters. This here is the nightstand next to it. You have to, my acrobatics here haven't been that well. I'm adjusting the camera here as I'm looking. Just wanted to focus in on some of the items that were found. And again, this is one of these smaller cameras, a little hard to operate here. This is the bedroom. Also now turned on the light to give you anything more that's necessary to see. The body, which at this point we haven't seen anything unusual with it, however we have yet to examine it in any great detail. Sergeant Riley also found a diary of the deceased, which was located in this cabinet in the bedroom. Other items in around. All right, now entering the bathroom. The house is rather clean, well kept. Nice home. Haven't noticed anything at this point. There was some remarks about the cloth, that it was still wet. and the shower area. Feel of the cloth here by me, Paul Ratsberg, it feels damp. This one here, this feels dry, and this one also damp. The window was found open, however, screen was attached. I checked it on the outside, and there was no sign of any forced entry. I'm leaving the bedroom now. Now entering the children's room, photographing, recording the condition that we found it in. Pretty much a standard child's room. Now going a shot down the hallway. Well, the kitchen and the den will do. Kitchen area, there's a cabinet with a lot of prescription items in them. We will be taking all of that. Also located this here. Inside it was open this up, there was one that found that two were missing on this. And my apologies for the shakiness here. It's hard to do 3-4 things at once. And trying to get everything recorded here. You notice there was macaroni and cheese in the bedroom, along here with the garbage can in here. I would note that I think that macaroni and cheese might be somewhat older, maybe this morning or last night, because there is garbage on top of it, as you notice, along with an orange. The case there is the police department camera kit. Other than that, everything else has been pretty much found where we found it, or is where we found it. This is some mail addressed to Julie and Mark Jensen from the Kohl's department store. And a copy of the newspaper, which of course is today's Thursday, December 3rd. And here in the living room, we'll be going over towards the den and photographing items in there. Be turning off the light now to save on some juice here. The briefcase there that's located there right in front of me here. Sergeant Hunter found some materials which he laid out on the desk, which he'll be looking further into. As we have been going through the room here. Again, I'm just panning around. This is the den area at the Jensen home, located at 9020 First Avenue, Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin. Now leaving the den and into the bathroom. The towel is semi-damp, no distinct wetness to it. Toys in the bathtub. Finishing there, we'll be going to the garage area. some of the items here. This is the garage area, December 3rd, 1998, of the Jensen home. I did find in going through some of the vehicles and see the door is still open on what I believe to be Miss Jensen's automobile with somewhat of a resume in there. I'm not sure if it has any relevance at all. I'm assuming the white vehicle is Mark Jensen's vehicle. And I'm walking outside of the garage here to get a better look at it. Would further note that I had a conversation with Officer Cosman. Myself and Officer Cosman have communicated with Ms. Jensen in the past about some of her concerns. And he informed me that Julie told her when he last spoke with her that he keeps photos and videotapes in the garage on a shelf. I haven't been able to examine this area thoroughly yet, but I will, and if there's anything that I find, I will note. Again, the Jensen home, December 3rd, 1998, be the garage area. Be turning on the light again, just a little more. Garbage cans with the light on. Appears to be in the garbage. I haven't gone through it yet, but some type of case. Some mailings, burnt light, looks like from a garage door opener, which looks familiar. That it fits up there. A recycle bin, parked to the garage door, which is obviously missing. I'll try to focus in on that and you can see that it's missing. The vehicles, of course, is plate MY3DS. The other is on the Suburban, or appears to be a Suburban type vehicle, Yukon. It's SBM 875. I'm going to look into the garbage. I'm not sure if this has anything at this point. Again, I haven't searched through it. I've also checked the outer perimeter of the home, and I found no signs of any type of forced entry or anything like that. Now I'll be entering the basement. Just going to hit this because I can't shoot and walk downstairs at the same time. I'll be turning off the light again here. Looks like your standard average basement. Fuse box, microwave, and all this. I'm back here by the stairs. I'm just kind of doing a general pan with the light back on. Again, looking back upstairs and into the garage and into the home. Still in the basement. Generally photographing or videotaping the property and items. We've disturbed very little, with the exception of what I pointed out earlier. This is the freezer. Yeah, this light might be getting a little low, but it's over here in the basement near the humidifier. Turn on a light here. pretty much items in the basement. And then focusing around here to the workbench. And just kind of a general pan of things where I just went through.
Judge, I think we can stop it.
We can stop it.
Yeah, and
For the record, we were watching the video. I think it's 17 minutes. We got all the way to 14:05, I think. Go
and
ahead.
I apologize for the delay. I think that the comments that we were thinking of were the comments made in the garage about information related to Detective Ratsberg from Officer Kosman. As we rewatch it, though, he's not talking about the contents of voicemails, and so I'd withdraw the objection. And again, that's, but truly trying to be out of an abundance of caution on this.
It's all right.
So we can call the jury back in then, Your Honor.
We can bring the jury back and we can play it. The objection's been overruled. I'll tell them that and we'll play the video.
Thank you.
There was never an objection, but
And I had to watch it without the jury.
Police department.
I don't think there was an objection on the record. I just indicated that counsel had to come over and talk to me, so we need
I
to take
understand.
minutes.
We watched it. It's good. Jury's coming in.
Good to go. Yes, Judge.
All right, for the jury. All right, we're back on the record on Mark Jensen. The appearances are the same. The jury's back in the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. This is nothing unusual. Sometimes in the middle of a trial, we have to do things, and we did it. So the good thing is we're going to have a video, but it's 17 minutes, and it's in the morning. So with that, let's play it.
Pleasant Prairie Police Department. With me is Sergeant Hunter of Pleasant Prairie Police Department and Sergeant Riley of the Pleasant Prairie Police Department. We are here at the Jensen home located at 9020 First Avenue. I'm in here in the hallway showing outside. As you can see, the security officers are there. That is Officer Pelkey. Panning around, a pan of the living quarters with Sergeant Riley and Sergeant Hunter. We were called this afternoon for a death investigation. Now going down the hallway to the room. Sergeant Hunter. The phone is ringing as we're taping, and Sergeant Hunter will be answering the phone. I'm in the bedroom to scan everything. As you can see, there is a female body on the bed, which has been disturbed by the firefighters This here is the nightstand next to it. You have to, my acrobatics here haven't been that well. I'm adjusting the camera here as I'm looking. Just wanted to focus in on some of the items that were found. And again, it just is one of these smaller cameras, a little hard to operate here. This is the bedroom. Also now turned on the light to give you anything more that's necessary to see. The body, which at this point we haven't seen anything unusual with it, however we have yet to examine it in any great detail. Sergeant Riley also found a diary of the deceased, which was located in this cabinet in the bedroom. Other items that are around. We're now entering the bathroom. The house is rather clean, well kept. Nice home. Haven't noticed anything at this point. There was some remarks about the cloth, that it was still wet, and the shower area. Feel of the cloth here by me, Paul Ratsberg, it feels damp. This one here, this feels dry, and this one also damp. The window was found open, however, screen was attached. I checked it on the outside, and there was no sign of any forced entry. I'm leaving the bedroom now. Now entering the children's room, photographing, recording the condition that we found it in. Pretty much a standard child's room. Now going a shot down the hallway, the kitchen, and Dan will do. Kitchen area, there's a cabinet with a lot of prescription items in them. We will be taking all of that. Also located this here. Inside the, if it was open this up, there was one that found that two were missing on this. And my apologies for the shakiness here. It's hard to do 3-4 things at once. And trying to get everything recorded here. You notice there was macaroni and cheese in the bedroom, along here with the garbage can in here. I would note that I think that macaroni and cheese might be somewhat older, maybe this morning or last night, because there is garbage on top of it, as you notice, along with an orange. Case there is the police department camera kit. Other than that, everything else has been pretty much found where we found it, or where we found it. This is a mail addressed to Julie and Mark Jensen from the Kohl's department store. and a copy of the newspaper, which of course is today's Thursday, December 3rd. And here in the living room, we'll be going over towards the den and photographing items in there. Be turning off the light now to save on some juice here. The briefcase there that's located there right in front of me here, Sergeant Hunter found some materials which he laid out on the desk, which you'll be looking further into. As we have been going through the room here. Again, I'm just panning around. This is the den area at the Jensen home, located at 9020 First Avenue, Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin. And about leaving the den and into the bathroom. The towel is semi-damp, no distinct wetness to it. Toys in the bathtub. Finishing there, we'll be now going to the garage area. So, some of the items here. This is the garage area, December 3rd, 1998, of the Jensen home. I did find in going through some of the vehicles and see the door still open on what I believe to be Miss Jensen's automobile. There's somewhat of a resume in there. I'm not sure if it has any relevance at all. I'm assuming the white vehicle is Mark Jensen's vehicle, and I'm walking outside of the garage here to get a better look at it. Would further note that I had conversation with Officer Cosman. Myself and Officer Cosman have communicated with Ms. Jensen in the past about some of her concerns. And he informed me that Julie told her when he last spoke with her that he keeps photos and videotapes in the garage on a shelf. I haven't been able to examine this area thoroughly yet, but I will, and if there's anything that I find, I will note. Again, the Jensen home, December 3rd, 1998, be the garage area. I'll be turning on the light again just to a little more. Garbage cans with the light on. Appears to be in the garbage. I haven't gone through it yet, but some type of case, some mailings, burnt light, looks like from the garage door opener, which looks familiar. That it fits up there. The recycle bin, part to the garage door, which is obviously missing. I'll try to focus in on that. You can see that it's missing. The vehicles, of course, is plate MY3DS. The other is on the Suburban, or appears to be a Suburban type vehicle. Yukon. It's SBM 875. Another look into the garbage. I'm not sure if this has anything at this point. Again, I haven't searched through it. I've also checked the outer perimeter of the home and I found no signs of any type of forced entry or anything like that. Now I'll be entering the basement. Just gonna get this because I can't shoot and walk downstairs at the same time. I'll be turning off the light again here. Looks like your standard average basement, fuse box, microwave, and all this. I'm back here by the stairs. I'm just kind of doing a general pan with the light back on. Again, looking back upstairs and into the garage and into the home. Still in the basement, generally photographing or videotaping the property and items. We've disturbed very little, with the exception of what I pointed out earlier. This is the freezer. And this light might be getting a little low, but it's over here in the basement near the humidifier. Turn on a light here. Pretty much items in the basement. And focusing around here to the workbench. And just kind of a general pan of things where I just went through. Kids' items there in the bag. Exercise machine. And again, a general pan, what we just viewed. Now we are turning back upstairs. And that'll end the tape. If anything, any relevance further, we will turn it back on. Thank you. It is now December 3rd, 7:46 p.m. 7:46 p.m. Paul Rexford. Thank you. It's Paul Rexford speaking. It is now December 3rd, 1998, 9:58 p.m. Just going to run a video camera here of the houses before we leave it. Make sure we covered everything and to make sure that everything is in order, so to speak. Again, going through the hallway here, kind of scan things. Some items we did take was a folder of Dan Jensen's that was in his briefcase. The computer, which was located underneath the table. We just took the CPU. Just scan things in here. The children's room, which we really didn't take anything from. We did go through all rooms, of course, including the basement. The master bedroom. Dan Jensen did come here, removed a change of clothes for tomorrow. He took a pair of jeans from up there. He also had a shaving kit, which was completely intact and ready to go, which he just zippered up and took with him, which was located right down there in the master bathroom area. He also took a pair of socks. Again, I'm just scanning the drawer. This is how we're leaving the household. And he took a pair of white socks, which are located right in the drawer here. Those were the items he took. Being of a suspicious mind, I thought it was kind of unusual that he had shaving kit all together in one, but so be it. Bathroom. We did pull all the drains on the sink to let you know that they're back, secure, tested, and not leaking. We also did that to the kitchen sink. Kitchen, did take that. And in this drawer, and I'm about to show you, we did find a note, which was in evidence. Now this top shelf, well, also taken were a variety of Playboy magazines, which were located in the garage on the shelf. They were located right there. There's a whole stack of them. We've also been secured the whole house. Everything has been locked. As you can see, this door here is with a bolt phone to the left. Dan provided us a house key so we can keep it absolutely locked for the officers to protect it overnight. And that should end things. December 3rd, 1998, Paul Ratsford reporting.
All right, the record should reflect the video has been completed. Go ahead, Mr. Jamboy.
If we haven't already done so, the state would move to have that admitted into evidence, Your Honor.
That's number 25.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, 25 is received.
So tell the jury, what kind of a camera or device were you using to take that, to do that video?
Well, it was 1998. That was VHS back in those days. This particular smaller camera had a version of VHS and all that. And it was, frankly, it was back in 98. That was pretty unusual to videotape a death scene in that. Nowadays, that's common and a regular routine where officers they have body cameras, different photography technology. This was what they call analog technology in there. In fact, I believe that was my first video using that camera. It's not something we used a lot, but it was what we today is kind of ancient technology.
So you indicated in the course of this video that you had removed the drains in the house?
Yes, we did a thorough search of the house. We dropped all the drains. We collected the bowls that you saw in the video, the macaroni and cheese and the Weedables, and there was a blue glass next to Julie's bed. We obtained all those substances, plus the drains. We dropped them. That's what an S-trap. We dropped them, and then I put them in some sterile containers.
Detective Resker, could you move the microphone closer to your mouth when you're speaking?
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we removed those S-traps. On one of the drains, we couldn't get the S-trap off. It was glued directly on there. The other ones, we used sterile bottles, and those are also in evidence, and I collected all of that. Plus, there was some suspect glasses that I also collected, and I sent all that to the crime lab eventually.
So why did you collect the S-traps and so forth, or the contents of the S-traps in this residence?
Well, I had information previously with Officer Cosman and the photographs he was taking. Julie was concerned that she would be that she was going to be killed or poisoned, and so I was looking at this openly. We didn't have any obvious sign on the body of any injury, so I took. Go ahead.
Detectives, sorry, so you were concerned about the possibility of poisoning. Is that the reason that you took these items?
Yes, that is correct.
So if there'd been a gunshot wound to the head, you wouldn't bother with that. But because there were no discernible injuries to the body, you wanted to rule out poisoning or some other matter, and that's why you obtained the S-traps?
Yes.
Now, you also seized the computer. Where did you find the computer?
The computer was located in the den there underneath the desk. It was a Tower CPU.
And you seized the computer?
I did.
And that was with the consent of Mr. Jensen?
Yes.
He consented to conduct the search of the residence?
Yes.
And you indicated to him you'd be taking certain items?
Yes.
And among the items you took was the computer?
Yes.
Now, there were also some other items that you took. You said during the course of the video, you made reference to a daily log or something that Julie had kept?
Yes, I noted it in the video, and if you look in the bedroom, we recovered Julie's daily planner and other records and logs that she kept.
And among the items you recovered was a log that she kept of all the harassment that she'd endured over the years. Is that true?
That is true, yes.
So Julie kept a log of each and every incident?
Yes, she did.
And I'll have some questions about them. So have you looked at them?
I have, sir.
Can you identify what S28 is?
S28 is the home computer, item number A, that I sent off to the, that I recovered.
Well, it's actually a sheet of paper reflecting that what you did with the computer, right? Is that the chain of custody document for the computer?
Yes.
Okay, and then S29, what is S29, please?
This is also a computer, and also this is a duplicate of item A, and then it also shows the sealed hard drives that I recovered that were with the computer in a cigar box.
So directing your attention back to S28.
Yes, sir.
And that's the chain of custody item for the Dell Dimension Central Processing Unit bearing the serial number F7L26. Is that correct?
Yes.
And on the top, it's dated December 17th, 1998. Is that correct?
Yes.
And on the bottom, there's a receipt signature and a printed name of Brad Haller. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So this reflects that you, on December 17th, 1998, Brad Haller received the Dell Dimension Central Processing Unit bearing serial number F7L26.
Yes.
And you took it directly to him?
Yes.
So you recovered it from the crime scene, from the den at the Jensen residence. You put in evidence, you then took it out of evidence, and you transported it to Brad Haller.
Yes.
And who is Brad Haller?
Brad Haller was an analyst with the Wisconsin Crime Lab.
So this was done for the purposes of having the Wisconsin Crime Lab analyze the hard drive of that computer?
Yes.
Object to the leading.
I'm going to allow that question. Go ahead, answer it.
Well, what was the purpose of transporting the hard drive or the computer central processing unit to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab
To get an analysis of it.
by the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
Yes.
So directing your attention to S29,
Yes,
you've got it there in front of you.
I do.
And that reflects that on August, well, that also pertains to case M98-2628, which is the crime lab's number for this case. Is that correct?
Yes,
And it indicates that on August 1st, 2000, certain items were submitted. And what was item B of the items that were submitted?
item B was some hard drives that I recovered that were with that computer underneath the desk in the Jensen home.
They were hard drives or they were zip disks?
Zip disk, I misspoke, I'm sorry.
So there were 5 zip disks that were sent to the crime lab on August 1st, 2000.
Yes,
And who received them?
Brad Haller.
Now, I'm going to can you tell the jury where you recovered those 5 zip drives that were sent, that you took to the state crime lab on August 1st, 2000?
They were on top of the computer in the Jensen home, on top of his CPU underneath the desk there.
And were they contained inside of any item or any box?
Yes, they were contained in a cigar box type thing, and then the zip drives were inside that cigar box.
They show this bag, this plastic bag that contained this designated states exhibit S32. And inside is a box that had the original designation S248. Can you tell the jury what these items are?
These items here, and I could feel that the zip drives are inside of it. This is the cigar box that I recovered underneath the desk, and this is item now S36, and you can see where I secured it to make sure we have proper chain of custody with an evidence seal.
So could you take the box out of the plastic bag, please? And what's the item number on the box? What's the exhibit number?
This is S32.
Okay. Now opening S32, what's inside of S32?
There's some nails and a small calculator, and then these zip drives.
And those are the 5 zip drives that are set forth in exhibit that are reflected in S29, the 5 zip drives that you took to the state crime lab on August 1st, 2000.
Yes,
I request those items be received into evidence, Your Honor. Exhibits 29, 28, and 36. 32. He said 32 is the bag and 36, I think, is the...
So give the numbers again for the record.
S28 and S29, Your Honor, that adopt the chain of custody. S32, which is the bag containing the box that has the original exhibit number of S248 on it and contains 5 zip drives that don't have an exhibit number on it.
So that's 32.
So it's S32.
X32. All right, they'll be received.
S32.
32, 28, and 29. Okay. I'll use my microphone out, I promise.
Now, in addition to those, now you'd also made reference to finding a daily planner, Julie Jensen's daily planner.
Yes.
I show this item that's been marked as S33, and I'm going to ask you if you can identify that.
S33 is an item that we recovered in the Jensen home, and it's on the front of it is JCJ, and this is some of the paperwork and the planner of Julie Jensen.
And where was that recovered from in the residence? Was
In
that in the bedroom?
Yes, in the desk in the bedroom.
So it wasn't in the den, it was in the bedroom.
Yes.
Direct your attention to this item that's been marked as S34. Can you identify that, sir?
Yes, I can. S34 is the other paperwork and logs of Julie Jensen that were located in the dresser in the bedroom.
Just take that out of the bag, please. Now, as you open that up, you can see that is a log that Julie Jensen kept.
Yes. Yes.
Directing your attention to the beginning of that log, what's the earliest date that's reflected in the first date in that log?
3/21 of 1996.
Okay. Now, I'm going to direct your attention to what's designated as page. Direct your attention to what's designated in the upper right-hand corner as page 33 of that exhibit.
Yes.
And there's an entitled, and Julie wrote something at the top there about what that is. What does she indicate that is?
Partial review of past.
And what's the first date listed underneath that?
1/19 of 1992.
And what does it say after 1/19/1992?
Tupperware delivery moved between 1:30, 1/1992. Tupperware delivery moved between 1:30 and 4 p.m.
And it goes on down to the bottom of the page. And then at some point, as you page through there, and you get to the second, I think it's the second or third of the last page of the log, do you see an entry where at the top of the page, she indicates adjacent to the date 1/19/98, new tactic? Do you see that?
Do you have a page number, sir?
Well, just keep paging until you run out of the log, and then look for 1/19/98.
Yes, I do.
What page is it?
That is page 46.
And tell us what follows the designation 1/19/98.
1/1998 underlined new tactics. Live on the internet. Calls to Mark office asking if he's watching it and when to time in, and then dots.
I'm going to direct your attention to the screen. So this reference is up here. Now is it working? Okay, now. Directing your attention to the top of the page, that's for the new tactic live on internet
Yes,
calls to Mark's office. And then proceed down to April 13th, 1998. It indicates email ...
yes,
And then also on April 30th, there's another reference to an email that was received.
yes,
Now, and this log was found where?
at the Jensen home in the master bedroom in a chest in the bedroom.
What's the last entry listed on that exhibit?
8/17 of 1998.
Now, in addition to the videotape that was taken of the scene, you also there were also photos taken. Is that correct?
Yes,
Did you take the photos, or did somebody else take the photos?
I took some of them and then some of the other officers took some.
I'm going to direct your attention to the screen again. And does that photograph accurately depict Julie Jensen in the bed?
Yes, that's Julie Jensen on December 3rd, 1998.
And is that pretty much the condition she was in when you found her, or is there was the cover pulled back, or was it like that when you first found her?
We generally first found her that way. There was intervention by the fire department.
But when you
Is there an exhibit on this photo?
S25. There were, I think, 6 photos in S25, so this would be the first photo in S25. Now, now, let's proceed to the next photograph. So this is the second photograph in S25, and does that photograph reflect, is that how Julie appeared when you arrived at the crime scene taken from the back?
Yes,
Go to the next one. And again, this is after the cover's been pulled back,
yes,
and that's a photo of Julie from the back.
yes, that is Julie Jensen.
Next one. Now, this is a crime scene photo of Julie, and this is with the covers pulled back.
Yes, it is.
And that's more of a front side view.
Yes,
And do you know if you took this photo or somebody else took that photo?
likely Sergeant Hunter took the photo. However, I was there when he took it.
So that photo accurately portrays Julie as she appeared to you when the covers were pulled back from her.
Yes,
And that's exactly how her arm was located.
yes,
Now, the day after this, on the day after December 3rd, on December 4th, did you attend the autopsy for Julie Jensen?
I did.
By that time, had these photographs been developed?
No, sir.
So you didn't take the photographs with you?
Yes,
And the pathologist in that case was Dr. Chambliss, is that correct?
that is correct.
And Dr. Chambliss did not come to that crime scene, did he?
No, he didn't.
So Dr. Chambliss, at the time he conducted the autopsy, had not seen this photograph?
That is correct.
Now, can you tell the jury what this photograph depicts?
This is myself. I was concerned at the crime scene, a couple of things that kind of caught my eye. One being the But not a pathologist or anything, but I was concerned about any petechia in her eye. And you can see on there, I'm trying to pull back her eyelids so that we can accurately get a photograph of any redness and petechia in her eye. I was also concerned, and what was called to my attention is her nose. You can see it's evident when you look over the body and all that her nose is crooked here. I haven't seen that before. I don't know if it was any relevance at the time. However, I wanted to make sure I documented the redness in her eye and the curvature of her nose.
And her face, also her mouth seems a little bit off.
Yes, it does.
And
Yes.
that's exactly how you found her, and that's what she looked like when you rolled her back from the pillow?
Yes.
Go to the next one. And tell us what this photograph depicts.
That's a photograph of, I went through all the garbage in the home. There happens to be the bedroom and the garbage there. I took those items, those bowls, and the substance in the blue cup and in the pink bowl, all to the crime lab. I wanted to document that so that we could have an analysis of it.
Now, and tell us what this photograph is.
This photograph is in the Jensen kitchen. There's packages of Paxil. There was some Paxil missing out of the prescription. And the reason for that photograph was to pretty much document the medications and prescriptions that were on scene.
So that photograph depicts that counter as it was when you were taking the photographs. You didn't move any of those items?
That is correct.
And this is simply another shot of the same counter?
Yes.
Now, what does this photograph depict?
This photograph here is of the Jensen den. Underneath that desk was where the CPU was. And then in that briefcase there is Mark Jensen's daily planner that we recovered it inside of his briefcase. And I also obtained that.
And what does this photograph depict?
This is the opposite side of the den where the desk was. Just pretty much overall shot of the house. So you notice that I didn't know what I was exactly looking for. So I took a lot of photographs and video.
Can you tell the jury why it was that you made it a point of taking photographs of these items and examining the medication that Julie was taking?
Well, there was given the information that I know previously before I got to the scene, I was concerned that there was any poisoning or possibly an overdose.
Objection?
I'm sorry.
In terms of objection to the hearsay.
Sustained. Why don't you rephrase the question?
Without referencing what anybody else told you, I mean, what was your purpose in examining the medication? Well, first of all, did Mark Jensen talk to you about medication?
He did.
And Mark Jensen told you that Julie was taking medication?
Yes.
So based upon the information that Mark Jensen told you, that was one of the reasons you were looking at medication?
Yes.
But you were also looking for poisoning items?
Yes.
Which is why you took the drains and everything
Yes.
else. Now, one of the items you looked at was the Ambien, is that correct?
Yes.
And there were supposed to be 10 pills,
Yes.
and there were 3 that were missing.
Yes.
When you obtained this medication, or when you observed this medication, did you seize the medication, or was it the medical examiner's office that seized the medication, or do you recall?
I recall that the medical examiner took the Ambien, and I believe I collected the Paxil.
And at the scene, and then when you got the Ambien back from the medical examiner, you confirmed that there were 3 Ambien that were taken,
Correct.
and there were 7 Ambien that were left.
Yes.
Now, after the autopsy in this matter, did you ultimately get an autopsy report?
Yes,
And when you got the autopsy report, it indicated the cause and manner of death were pending or undetermined. Is that true?
yes,
So within a matter of several weeks after this incident, you had additional information, but you still didn't have a firm notion as to what was the cause and manner of death in this case.
correct.
You were still investigating it.
Yes,
At some point, you did get a report back from the state crime lab concerning the contents of the computer. Is that true?
yes,
And there were references to poisoning searches and things of that sort.
there were.
Your Honor, we're talking about the content of the computer, and we're just laying the groundwork for what the officer did next. The computer content is coming in through Jason Ruff.
Well,
Probably.
we'll let you ask him what he did next, so go ahead.
So based upon the information that you got from the state crime lab concerning the content of the computer, what was the next thing that you did?
I interviewed Mark Jensen at some point.
When did you interview Mark Jensen?
I'm sorry, when?
When did you interview Mark Jensen?
April 21st, 1999.
And that interview was recorded,
Yes,
video and audio recorded.
yes,
Now, at some point, there was a problem with one of the tapes. Is that correct?
yes,
And then you went back and you re-recorded that portion.
yes. I guess a better statement would be yeah, we recapped it or re-recorded. Yes,
But other than that one lapse, the entire recording, the entire interview was video and audio recorded, correct?
yes.
Your Honor, that's going to take some time to go through, and I see it's 10 minutes to 12. What I'd propose is that we break for lunch now and then come back. And I know that you didn't want to play videos to the jury in the afternoon. I'm going to beg your and the court and the jury's indulgence because we are going to have about 45 minutes or so of interview segments we're going to be playing to the jury this afternoon.
We'll let you play a 45-minute video. 1:15, folks. All right, we're holding a jury. You can take the defendant back. 1:15, we're in recess. Thank you.
I'm Dan Abrams, and we are on patrol live with 8 departments around the country, including the Beech Grove Police Department in Indiana, where just prior to air, Sergeant Zach Horgan responded to a report of a toddler waving a firearm.
Did you guys call?
Yeah,
What'd you see?
there's a little boy, so my son opened the door and the little boy upstairs then stand there with a firearm. It's like, shut the door, Mom, he's got a gun. And I looked out the people and he was standing there with it behind his back.
Okay. So it looked like a real gun, I assume that didn't have a silver gold or a orange tip?
No, it's chrome, black, looked like a large 45.
Okay.
I sell guns.
Do you know which department it was?
I have no idea.
Yeah. Okay.
Mom or Dad here? Where they at? Hello, Beech Grove Police. Apartment 7, Beech Grove Police. Where are they at? Can you show me? Show me. Hi. Sorry to wake you. What's going on?
It's sick all day. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, we're here because the downstairs neighbor said they saw your son running around with something they thought was a silver handgun. No, not even like a toy one?
Yeah. It's toys.
He said it looked like a 45.
We don't know, man.
Okay, nothing that resembles a gun or anything?
It's toys. They're green and gray.
Yeah.
You're good.
Appreciate it. What were you playing with? What kind of toys? Give me those toys.
The remote. No.
I don't see anything that looks like one, so.
You know how to do that.
Okay. Well, you might want to do a better job of locking your doors.
I will. I won't put a throw.
Yeah. You feel a little crazy a little bit? You don't need any medical.
Close out. Here we go. Get out.
You think it was not a gun?
Okay, well, you couldn't find one.
It was, that baby had a gun. Look, I sell guns for a living. He pointed it at me. I'm telling you, he had a gun.
He said he opened it. I was
He
going outside.
pointed it at me and said, look what I got.
He had a gun. He was going outside. I was going outside because she got a new starter on her car and I was gonna go check it out. I went outside, came in. I went to go back outside. I went to go back outside. He was standing about right here holding it. And when I opened the door, he went to flip it up. And I shut the door, told everyone to get away from the door. Like I was like, he has a gun. I was like, that is not a toy. It was the top, the slide was chrome, the bottom half was black.
Okay.
I know I saw it because he pointed it right at me.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong. Really, I mean, obviously, you see something like it, again, call us, you know,
I mean, if a toddler in a diaper's walking around.
Where the
with a
hell was
handgun-
they? It took y'all that long to get you on.
Well, it takes that long for the
No,
kids
no,
to-
no, no, I'm talking it's upstairs.
hey, you're sick or something, I don't know.
Cause he could have shot through the floor any damn thing. I mean, the boy been out here, he done knocked on my door 3 times a day.
Really? Well, you can try to get calls.
I mean,
I know it's
bullshit.
I know the
And he had a gun,
response
'cause he's
times
still right
kind of
there.
slow. It goes to
Right,
dispatch and it
because
takes
we
a
don't
while.
have our 911.
Right.
That's what takes it forever.
That's kind of where we're at, though.
Yeah.
All right,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna.
Sorry.
Let's go back up there.
Yeah, gosh. Did y'all see it?
Thank you.
Thank you, I'm glad you had it.
All right, we have video of your kid holding a gun, so do you have a gun?
I've never brought a gun in his house. If there is, it's my cousin.
Okay,
I-
where, is your cousin here?
No,
Where, does he have his own room? Does he
No.
own a firearm?
he comes to visit, yes.
Was he here within the last 3 minutes?
Oh, he's been here in the last 10 days.
Okay, we need to figure out where this firearm is. Hey, where'd you put down that toy? And we have a legit video of him holding a firearm, so.
Okay, well, I don't own it.
I mean, well, our concern is, why was he in the hallway anyways?
I've been sick.
Okay.
I've been trying to stay up with him all day. His mom is sick, so I can't take him over there.
Mhm.
So I've been trying to mediate back and forth, back and forth.
I got you.
And I can't catch him all the time. He's quick.
Okay. But we need to at least
We're looking.
figure that out. You allow us to assist in this?
I will look. I mean, I understand you guys were going out for a reason.
Right.
The only place I know maybe it's like that in here, but
Is where?
my closet in the back.
Okay.
is my own.
You know where about in the closet in the back?
No. No, I just know his sticks are there because his wife doesn't know him.
You know, where does he stick it in here?
Usually just lays it on something. Just be honest with you.
I don't want to just go
You're welcome to.
rifling through things, you know? And he said, look,
Okay, why don't you tell me what you're playing with? What's in here?
Briefly fill us in on what's happening.
so we were called for a juvenile in the hallway possessing a firearm. Dad said he didn't see it, but then a neighbor came out and showed us video of the kid in the hallway with a firearm. So now we're trying to figure out where that is. He gave us permission to look around for it. He said he doesn't personally own a firearm, but his brother does and leaves it here. So we need to recover that.
Oh, okay.
All right, we've obviously been watching what could have been an incredibly serious situation narrowly avoided. Welcome to On Patrol Live. We've got more than 50 cameras across the country following law enforcement in real time. Joining me in studio, formerly at the Tulsa Police Department, Sergeant Sean Sticks Larkin, and from the Richland County Sheriff's Department, Deputy Curtis Wilson. So one of the things that is particularly concerning is the neighbors, right? They've got to be frightened at what just happened.
Absolutely. You know, the original issues, you have a child that's outside by itself, you know, this time in the evening. First of all, that it sounds like the father's not even aware they're outside. Oftentimes, neighbors, especially in apartment complexes, don't want to get involved in things going on within the complex because they're worried about potential problems with their own neighbors. A child potentially with a firearm is something, as you see, everybody is stepping up, coming forward to the police, passing information on.
Absolutely, and doing this because, it's a gun that's involved. Now it becomes a safety issue. The gun has to be located.
Right, because they've already seen it on the video.
Absolutely.
Now they have to find that gun, and that is what they are doing right now. They are inside that house. The dad says he doesn't know because he says there isn't a gun in the house. So they're now searching for it because they've seen it on video. Let's go back.
Morgan.
No, that's where it's at.
Garfield is much cuter than I am.
Yeah.
You got a camera? It's sorry. Sorry for all the confusion. Sorry for all the
Thank you.
Why didn't you just tell me?
Spend all that money reeling me out of dollars. I'll make sure you never do it again.
Patrol Beach Grove 36, you run a firearm for me.
You'll never see my money. I thought it was place again.
Let's see your drills. Like, over here.
Smith & Wesson SD9, 9mm. Serial number is Henry Frank Robert 0465.
All right, so now this dad could be in real trouble here.
Oh, yeah, you talking about this weapon here. Now, the way that it was placed in this dresser, the way it was actually strategically placed in there and the top down, it's unlikely that a little kid was able to do that and get it in and put it back just like that.
Well, not just talking about the father being, potentially in trouble criminally there, you also have an issue about the child potentially can be put into protective custody because we in law enforcement, we're going to take a child out of what's an imminent safety issue. Doesn't matter if it's drugs, lack of resources in the house, running water, food like that. Firearms laid out would be one of those things.
We are going to be keeping a close eye on this. We're going to go back. I just told we just got the video, the surveillance video. This is it of the. Oh, man. Wow. This is the child with the loaded weapon. This was the piece of evidence.
Pulling the trigger right there.
Pulling the trigger.
Yep.
Only one.
That's absolutely tough to see. Now, obviously, like you said, the officers out there were talking about the gun didn't appear to be chamber loaded. You can see the kid was clearly pulling the trigger. Had it been chamber loaded, could have been a horrific, horrific situation.
No question, because you had people that were there,
or
and even he pointed it to
himself. And again, there is something about watching that video, right? Because we already knew what had happened, right? We'd heard from both neighbors. We'd seen it on the phone. There is something about watching this now.
Well, even just watching it again, the playback right there is a point that he's holding it up, and it's literally almost looks like it's pointing up towards his own face.
Right.
And we hear these type of stories where kids, come across fighting these firearms, these horrific results that do happen sometimes, but seeing it on video is definitely very different.
Yeah, which is good that citizens or neighbors got involved because it could be really a tragic situation.
Yeah. All right. So we're going to still see what they decide to do as a legal matter here,
right,
with regard
not done yet
to the dad. But so we're going to be staying on this story. Just watching that. This is the dad now being arrested after his son was on that surveillance video waving a loaded weapon. That toddler, the neighbors downstairs had said that the toddler actually even pointed the gun at
Yeah,
them.
he's taken with him.
The
He said
child
he
has
doesn't know
now
if he was
been
anywhere
taken
else.
to his mom.
Any of them? Probably Comia. It's his handcuff. Okay, cool. Okay. Well, I think he kind of had an idea that he might get in trouble more than just a report. So after speaking to on-call prosecutors, they said there's enough for child neglect as a felony since it was a loaded firearm that he was unsupervised with. So he's going to go down to jail today for that. And then it'll be up to the prosecutor's office if they want to add any additional charges.
I just realized my mic was muted. So, story of my life. Perpetually, I am muted. But that story with the toddler that was holding the gun was crazy. It's crazy, but just as crazy as this trial that we're watching, and the trials that are coming up. And Barry's laying down some smooth move on this one, Tanisha. But what is I do apologize again for my lack of presence. I've been taking care of sickness in the house here, so but we're back. And just want to check in for you guys real quick. We are going to go ahead and cut out for just a couple minutes until we come back from the lunch break due to time constraints. So, and then we'll be back up live with the case here as it starts back up here in the next 45 minutes. So set your notifications and make sure to tune back in, and I'll be back here very soon for part 2 of day 5, part 2. So I appreciate my mods for holding it down. You guys are great. Thank you very much. And I will see you guys all here in just a few minutes.